Good evening, fellows, peepos, art admirers in the chat. How you guys doing? Yo! What's up, what's up? Hello, hello. What is up, my dude? Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh my god, we are back with some of a rat trap drawing thingy thing. One sub equals one smug drawing. No, this is a joke, because I'm probably gonna draw smug anyways. But I mean, you know, if you're being so humble and you know you wanted to do some subs, I mean, I cannot like force you to not to. You know what I mean? Like. Ah. Oh. Wait. How do I disable the thingy? Oh, I see. And also, just a little notice that my internet right now is a little bit all over the place. Like most of the time it's good, normal, but sometimes it dipped down all the way to like 1 megabyte upload. So, I mean, we're gonna draw anyway, so you guys probably not gonna notice a lot, but yeah. If we're gonna do some React Andy or decided to do some gaming later on, probably gonna see it. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's weekend, so I'm expecting this already. Because, you know, people chilling out inside, kind of doing all that kind of stuff. It's kind of unfortunate. Hopefully, this doesn't last until later, because I'm thinking about playing some VR game. And VR game, you know, require some really good internet. Because my head momentum's fucking. You know what I mean? So hopefully it doesn't last that long. Hopefully not. Alright. That's the plan. It's still just a plan. We'll see how it is later. Okay, okay. How you guys doing, by the way? Once in, Lucas. What are you guys up to? VR chat? No, I'm not doing VR chat. Just some other random VR games. I don't think I'm gonna stream VR chat anytime soon. Not yet, at least. Alright. Slaving away at weekend. I feel ya, I feel ya. I feel ya, my duty. I feel ya. my god, are you kidding me? Okay, never mind. Okay. Drawing time. Bum, 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 bum. What character should I draw today? Like, I was thinking about Yaya Miko, but dude, holy shit, dude. I see Yaya Miko literally everywhere on my timeline. It's literally hijacking my Twitter timeline. Yup. Like, Jesus, man. By the way, did you already get your Yaya Miko? Once in? Just like Booba's sword back then? True. True. Added on her weapon too? Hell yeah. So I guess it's not too rare, huh? Or I guess it does. I mean, but wait, is she also like a max star? Like a 5? Is it 5-star max? I forgot. The weapon drop my gems to none. Pepehen. Sag live of a gacha gamer. Okay, this song is way too much right now. Okay, we already played that. Oh shit. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This is the FR, right? I forgot. Mm-hmm. Lupin. Da, 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 Hello. What's up, Payne? How you doing? Hello there. Hello. Hello. What's up, cheese? Cheesecake. I like that name. That's cute. Cheesecake. I'm gonna draw something cute today. Oh my god! Cheesecake, thank you for the follow as well, man. peepoBlush, oh my god, thank you, bro. Bo, thank you, Bo. Hope you doing well. What's up? Elden Ring in 5 days, yeah, bro, let's go. Should probably let know my manager that I'm gonna take a day off on Friday. No one can stop me. In the end, it's not a decision we all must take. Destiny. I'm doing good. How about you? I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Just, drawing and all that kind of stuff. You know how it is. You know how it is. I think I need to post myself in this one. Shit. I need a reference of half open jacket. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, intro gonna go all over the place for a couple hours. Hopefully not for long. The moment Elden Ring comes out, I'll be wrecking my sleep schedule. Yes, sir. Don't worry, I can relate. I can definitely relate. I love making these faces on sketch. Hmm? Oh, that's a hair. Ooh, yes. I did this drawing quite a long time ago, but I never finished it, so I decided to redo it, and hopefully I can finish it today. Or at least finish the line arts. Dum 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 dum. Okay. Oh my god. Dude, my chat keeps timing out, bro. The art do be looking nice. Thank you. Well, still sketch, but you know. Thank you anyway. Oh my god. To nothing. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. It all returns to nothing. Let me read down. Ah! Just gonna park it here. What is that? Whoa! Ooh, we got some DBD out here. Okay, man, okay. I see you, bro. I see you. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. It all turned to nothing. Let me down, let me down, Okay, hold up. Revamp. What if... It all returns to nothing. Does DVD actually still have like a lot of updates? Because I'm actually pretty impressed with the developer. With how dedicated they are with that game. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually pretty fucking sick. I'm not a big fan of the gameplay, but I have huge respect for how dedicated the devs is. It's crazy. How you doing, Rad? I'm only looking because of DVD though. I'm chilling. We're chilling. Don't worry about it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. The ring. Ah. The ring. Holy shit. Wait, that must be looks pretty fucking cool. Is that new? I haven't seen the trailer. Can you link me the trailer? Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Ring movie, the original at least, because of how creepy it is. Whoa, Indra? Hello, dude. What's up? Wait, hold up. Um. Da-na-na-na-na. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Yoichi Asakawa. Jesus Christ. I like the detail that they do where they kind of make Sadako move in reverse kind of thing, because that's what they do in the original movie as well. Like, look how weird the movement is. Like, it's actually like in the original movie. If you guys don't know, the way they make Sadako movement is so, fucking creepy and unreal. Is that they actually record her in reverse when she came out of the fucking, what is this called? That thingy thing. They actually record that in reverse and play it in record that, yeah, and play it in reverse kind of shit. It's actually cool. Oh man, I'm a big fan of this movie. Damn, it's so fucking cool. What the fuck? It's so fucking creepy. Uh, makes me want to rewatch the original movie again. So, how's Sadako? OP? Balance? In the game? Maybe they will do more Asian inspired killer more. Do we have a lot of like very popular like Asian, because I don't think we have a lot of Asian horror movie where the ghost is like significantly iconic like Sadako. Do we have anyone else other than Sadako? I don't think so. She's only at PTB at the moment, but low mid tier. Ah, I see. That's cool. That's cool. Damn, Sadako, dude. Not gonna lie, that kind of makes me want to play the game. Not gonna lie. Don't your country have a lot? I mean, it's not a movie though. It's like urban legend. And I think DVD, most of the time they kind of take a movie based monster or ghost rather than real or urban legend stuff. I suppose it's so hard. Like, you know, previously they do Texas Chainsaw. I think they did that. And then they do um fucking that uh oh my god, Stranger Things monster. So like they like to take things from movies instead. You know what I mean? So I doubt that they will take things from urban legend. Understandably so though, because I feel like that's a little bit more complex to implement. Because as much as Indonesia have a lot of urban legend ghosts, like neighboring's country also have very similar type. So like it's, you know, it's kind of like it's really hard to track the original and stuff like that, and to make the one that truly relatable to a lot of people without clear context of the character or something like that. You know what I'm talking about. What I would like to see from Dead by Daylight, although I doubt it will happen. Oh, I mean, they do have like one or two, I think. It's like using instead of like a monster or a ghost, use like based on a assassin or like a cold blood murder uh, movie. Like for example, the guy, I forgot his name from there's no country for old men. I forget his name. That guy looks fucking creepy, even though he's not a ghost. He's like just straight up murder, psychopath. But that guy's fucking creepy as shit. So I want to see something like that a little bit more. Like that would be a lot more intense. I mean, they did have a nemesis for Killer too, so I guess as long as they are famous, it could work. Basically, true. Nemesis is still counts as like, you know, similar to Sadako in terms of like it's an original, it's an iconic and original monster. Well, Dracula or Mummy is a very uh, wide, well-known urban legend, right? So it's a little bit different. I feel like if we want to talk about vampire, we can take someone like let's say specific one like Bram Stoker's Dracula, you know. So it's not just some Dracula, but Dracula from this movie or Dracula from that book. I feel like in that case that would work with them a lot more because they have a reference point on how the monster should look and behave. You know what I mean? But I feel like the arm should be a little bit longer. Okay, maybe not. Looks so dumb. Okay, there's definitely something wrong here. Let's draw the base body first. Na 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 da 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 da. Na 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 na. Sorry, I've been in around. There are two Japanese killers actually, but not from a movie. Ooh, well, what are those? It's like an urban legend? I didn't know they do that. I guess it could work, huh? There are two, only 9 with Sadako 10 of the 26 with Sadako 27 killers are licensed. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Licensed character definitely costs a lot more now that I think about it. It's not like they can license every single monster that existed. True. Good point. Good point. Oh, dude, I really need some reference for this shit. Da 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 da. They had to move the Stranger Things DLC due to license stuff. Damn. That's rough. When you have to remove a character from a game because of the license, that's kind of weird. That's kind of awkward. Not gonna lie. I wonder why. Is there was an issue? Loving you. Oh. 6, 7, 8. Dude, I'm pushing myself here. Maybe I should stick with this. A little bit more chill. Get to it. I still play it if you have them, but all the skin are removed from the store and the DLC isn't available anymore. I wonder why. But then again, that's like one of the risk about partnering with like a very brand new or fairly young brand. The Stranger Things is like not old. It's like new. It's a fresh thing. So yeah. Like, so many things can change because of internal issues or reasoning and stuff like that, which just sucks. Stranger Things is the only 2000 series they did that with all the others are all trash horror or games. Not everyone trash. I know what you mean. I understand what you mean. Yeah. Wait, Well, The Ring is the movie from '90s, right? It is definitely fairly old. The Ring. No, not the fucking American one. I guess the Japanese one's called The Grudge. No, The Grudge is different. The Grudge is that one. The Ring. 98. Okay. Ringu. Yeah, man. Hold up. I'm finishing my dinner. What you having? A sandwich. It's like a Subway style. Long bread, some beef, veggies, and all that stuff. How big are your sons? Huge, man, huge. What that person hands doing under the clothes? I mean, it's technically not under the clothes, but you just gave me an idea. So the jacket gonna cover her arm, so I don't really have to care about that. I need to post for this, man. And then the clothes gonna hang over from here over to here. This is so abstract. To clean up the art and the lines. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, sorry. There we go. God damn, stealing the kidneys already. Wait, what? Hey, what's up, JC? How you doing? Ooh, fly me to the moon. It's been a millennial since I came online. Yes, you are. How you doing, man? Busy with life? I make this fun for a bit. Ah, never mind. Too dangerous. Yabe. Oh my god, so good! Fuck, I love sandwich. Among the stars. Yes. Been busy with some crypto work. Ooh. BitConnect.
BitConnect.
Why broken? The fuck? Oh, you type it like that. Only you. Be imagining a couple of Telegram and Discord channels, no time to open my games. God damn. Any EUs had here have who had sufferings from the storm last days? How big is the storm there? Oh my god, too hyper. Is it like huge? Stay safe, brother. Dripping over to fence. Gotcha, man. See ya. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay, music too intense. No. Oh, Yua's idea is so good because now I don't have to draw the hands. Let's go! Because it's gonna be under the shirt. Let's fucking go, dude. I don't need to draw no hand, bitches. Let's go. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh wait, never mind. I still need to draw her hands. Rain's hand on top of her. Shit. Forgot about that. Like something like this. Hmm. Yeah, I still need to do that. What they doing under the shirt? Now draw the front person with loot face. No, it's the other way around. The horny one is the one in the back. Ugh. You're happy you don't have to draw hands. I am happy because the hands are in there. Who is this? It's so cute. It's a cute song. My favorite things. Ah, it's so nice to have an OC that I can play around with. Bam, ba da ba da ba da ba. Ba 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 da da da. Da 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 da. Hands. How to draw them. Fuck. Okay. uh, Whatever. That's visible. Dun, 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 dun. These are a few of my favorite things. Oh shit, remix. Eurobeat. In other words. Bum, bum. In other words, all be true. In other words, I love you. Ba, ba, ba. Oh my god! In other words, darling, kiss me. What else can I add? Catch these hands. Clothes. Sketchy. Head. Hair. There we go. I think we're good. God, the hand is so fucking sketchy. Why am I so fucking lazy drawing hands, man? Sometimes can understand myself. Just draw some fucking hands, bro. Why is it so hard, Rad? Catch these hands. Okay, maybe I can make this a little bit spicier. Eh! Oh, never mind. Dude, I'm gonna draw so much hands, man. Fuck. Yeah, bet. Hmm. We're looking good. I think we're looking good. Feet when? What the hell, man? I don't know, man. I'm not really a feet guy. So it's kind of hard to make me motivate to do that. It's kind of hard, brother. Kind of hard. BB poof. BB poof. I have the right art for you to witness. Oh my god. What could that be? Oh my god. Woo, my back is killing me.
Yup.
Sorry.
Yup.
Sorry. Okay, why do I have such a jazzy song right now? Chill, bro. It's gonna scare people in chat. Let's play something catchy. Actually, no, this is fine. Howie, na 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 na. Do 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 do. Iwa da da da. San, hold up. God, I need some heavy reference for this. I want to make this looks good, actually. Oh my god. Yae Miko intensifies. Jesus Christ. That is some details. Right there. I'm a gold. Sorry, chat, can't see. Can't see this one. Dude, the perspective's pretty fucking insane, though. It's kind of hard to do those kind of perspective, not gonna lie. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? Ba, ba, ba. Mm. That could not get any more jazzy than that. Holy shit. Ooh! I don't know what this is, but this is a jammer. Okay, change of plan. No, yeah, I think that makes sense. If the jacket is still half wear, half whatever the fuck, it doesn't make sense why it's there. Physics! Is that physics? No, I don't think so. It's just... Yeah, that was not physics, never mind. Physics! Hmm. Oh, I forgot one thing. Of course. Jiggle physics. No, I don't think so. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, that bracelet, I mean that choker makes it looks like her neck's so long. I think we need to make it the changes here. Does it look weird? No, I think it's fine. What? Hey, Nani? There we go. Sounds like some idol right now. Dun da da dun da 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 da. Ah, oh my god. Jesus. What's my back so funny right now? Mm-mm. 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 Good morning, Red. Good morning, Rewy. How you doing, man? Good morning. Harloo, Harloo. What is up? What is up, bro? Brado, brado. Everything.
Two Shons, please.
Sean's. Wait, what's Sean's again? Sean's? Me inside. It turned to nothing. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. It all returned to nothing. Tumbling down, tumbling down. I got a full-time job at a thrift store 2 weeks ago and I already turned in my 2 weeks notice. Oh no. What happened, dude? Oh, schnoz? Oh, I don't know about schnoz, man. I don't know about schnoz on this one. I'm keep it real with you. I could like that, but I'm not gonna. I feel like in this one specifically, I'm good. It's mostly because I have school coming up in a month, but also because I kind of sort of hate it. I feel it. I feel it. No worries. We chillin'. It is what it is. The hair's kind of in the way. Took a break at quarter, so I had a time. I just went in a little late. I have work today still, though. Ah, I see. Gotcha. You got this, man. Hello, Uvu. What up, zombie? How you doing? Oh shit. Do you ever do my sketch redeem? Which one? Because I did redeem a bunch like last week. And I stacked them on sketch requests. Unless you redeem it like recently, then I probably haven't because I haven't done it from ages ago. Wait, what? Let me check. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. I must have missed it then. Chotomate. Because I did it like last week. Let me see. Wait, did you redeem like in January or some shit like that? If it's like a while ago, I probably missed it then. Na, na, na. Oh yeah, it was. It was on December. Okay, no wonder. I didn't check that far. I check on the January one. I redeemed like all of the January requests. Alright, I got you though. I got you. I got you. That will go to the next one. Yeah, I didn't really do any sketch requests, sketch redeem on December, that's why. So I just like redeemed like a bunch of last week. Na, na. Can sing a Django reference? I think you did, right? I remember you did send me reference. I got you. I got you. No worries. Okay, let's do the other girl. Dude, I still haven't named her. What should I name her? Chat, what should I name her? The girlfriend's name. I still haven't named her yet. Oh my god, dude! Holy shit! Rhea, ooh. Shut up. Like the vampire one is Rain. I haven't named the Baka Neko yet. Rin. Okay, dude, calm down. Princess PogChamp. Meg. Meg. God damn it, man. How's she like? Oh yeah, let me show her initial character reference. There she is. This is the unfinished character ref of her. It's the first design iteration. For the girl at the back. So far, I only named her Cat. Because she's a shape-shifting girl. But she like to take this cat form. That's the idea. Shapeshifter, turquoise, is that how you pronounce it? Color, happy-go-lucky vibe, very horny most of the time, and very well. I mean, that's about the character design so far. Caitlyn. I could. Yeah, my first idea was Kate. Caitlyn, with the K though, not C. Kind of like it with K. Like cat. K-A-T, cat. And then the other girl. Yeah, sure, you guys can say, oh, this is the embodiment of raddtrap. Shut the fuck up, chat. And there's the other one. This is Rain. This is the girl at the front. This is the first design. I'm not a big fan of the hair, so I'm changing it up a little bit. It's a little bit too emo for me. So I kind of change it up a little bit like this. A little bit more shorter. But the idea is that vampire girl, cool looking, very chill, you know, a little bit self-conscious, very shy actually. Like, she looks cool. People thought she's just cool as fuck, but actually she's just a very extremely shy person. That's why she doesn't talk too much and all that kind of stuff. So Kat is supposed to be like the vibrant part of the couple. And then Rain is the more shy one. Like, I think my goal here with this couple is that I'm trying to like make some unexpected looks, I guess, or uh unexpected dynamic, because you know, from the look, Rain looks like the more, you know, dom dom one, and then Cat is the more, you know, pretty, you know, very fashionable, but it's actually the other way around. That's like the goal of this from what I'm making right now. I wonder why all of Rat's character are horny. Maybe it's some kind of self-projection. Not all, not all. What do you mean? This is literally the first one. Shut up, Ray. Rewind. Maybe some. Maybe some. But not all. Come on. For sure. Yeah. Rhea is definitely not. Leo is fucking boring as shit. Kat is probably the first character that I make her. I canonically super fucking pervert type of girl. But Leo's a 12, so that makes up for his lack of horniness. Like here, let me. Was it? I drew all of their faces quite a while ago, and it pretty much kind of summarized their personality in a whim. Like you guys can see what's going on just from the first look here. You know what I mean? Like, I guess like I drew this in a in like in order to make like you can kind of figure out what's their personality at a glance type of thing, but not really. It's just like it's just some fun thing to do. Shit, I gotta go to the toilet. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, cat it is then. Caitlin. Caitlin. Oh my god. I say God. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Red Not, he said, opening memory of Rhea's swimsuit. Oh, that's just me. Don't worry. That's not Rhea. That's not in Rhea's character. That was just me. That's why I created this too, so I can draw some more horny shit. I'm not gonna use Rhea as like horny stuff. What is it, 12? Don't worry about it. Why? Don't worry about it. There's been a traffic cone related thing that I've been also been told to not look up, and I'll follow that advice. Ignorance is bliss. Traffic cone related? What are you talking about here? Traffic cone related. Never heard any of it, of that. Is it something new? Traffic cone. Sounds dangerous. I didn't look it up. You probably shouldn't either. I think it's too late for me, man. Honestly, I think it's too late. uh, dude, I love this song so much. Such a jammer. I miss this kind of song nowadays. There's a definition of 12, but it's not how we, okay, I use it. Wait, what? How do you use it? You know, because the reason. Listen, the reason why I laughed when you say when you said Leo's a 12 for the first time is because it's not really. Because you know he's supposed to be the other spectrum. You know what I mean? But again, you know, character development, you never know, right? I played through a movie for the first time, played 12 hours last Monday, and this Monday finish on Tuesday. I'd really recommend it. Well, I played it for 2 streams. I think I put around almost like 10, I would say more than 10 hours, but maybe around 12, 13. And I dropped it. I think I dropped it at the around the underwater section, if you know what I'm talking about. And I didn't grind. I try to avoid a lot of fights because I don't like how the fight gameplay is. And I think I avoid too much fights that my characters are under leveled and just struggle to fight the character in the casino. And I just fucked up. And I dropped the game. Unfortunately. Is how I use it, but apparently there's an existing definition for 12 out there, which means not something different. Wait, really? Hold up. Maybe I also don't know. Okay, okay, that's weird. No, that's not what. Okay, if that's yeah, no. What the fuck? Okay. Also, skipping battles, but I'd stop for short grinds at areas that make it convenient. Yeah, I don't know. I love the story in Omori. Like, I really love it, but goddamn, the gameplay, the combat sucks. No offense though. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that enjoyed that, but not for me. It's a little bit too spammy for me. Just a tiny bit too spammy. Not spammy. Spam is not the right word. Repetitive. Like it's not the good one, the good type. It's the boring type of repetitive. Like there's some good repetitive, but Omori repetitive is too much for me, unfortunately. What it looks? Oh, did I erase it? I did. Papija. Hey ha he ho. Ha he ha ha he. Ho ha he ha he ha he. Ha 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 ha. Hey 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 ho. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. There's this one room. I just saw two emos which didn't appear on chat. Wait, what do you mean? There's this one room in a castle that is just filled with like 12 bears, and I had it out to kill them all. Combat death. It's in its strong suit. I agree. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I just like at some point I just wish like the game just can give me like one hit win or like skip combat feature. It's that annoying for me. Since it doesn't, then I just drop the game, unfortunately, and I will never see the ending. Sag. Oh my god, kinda sad, bro. Dee 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 doo. Da dee da da dee. YSC emos didn't appear on chat on stream. Like what? Can you clip it? Oh fuck. Ooh, just realized something. Oh, it's gonna be annoying to fix. Shit. I should get up from work now. Thanks for the stream, Red. Okay. Oh shit, Conan! Oh my god. Meitante Conan. Okay, Nani? Oh shit. Alright. Let me see. Usually this kind of thing's probably fucking no-no. I swear to God. Okay, we got Monka W from Christmas. Oh yeah. Wait. That's Lycium. No, no! Are you testing my fucking overlay again? This motherfucker. Yeah, one of them is the Lycium emote. It's a Twitch emote though, so it's not like it's some weird BTTV stuff. It's like everyone's supposed to be able to see it. It's probably because the channel's overlay, emote overlay is linked to someone else's channel or someone else's chat. Da 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 da. Is No actually not here? No way. It's definitely No for sure. I'm almost certain. No.
No 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 summon no 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 where are you no 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 no.
Da 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 da. Okay, hold up. Let me resize some shit. Then I chatting on Earth, but we see it here. No, it's not no. It's more like the emotes that showed up on screen is basically based on emotes that you type in chat. Like for example, Pepe D, boom. See, it showed up, right? So like the emote on screen that pop up out of nowhere is based on the channel's chat. So when you saw that emote that is not, from the chat, that means it came from someone else's chat. All you gotta do is just change the channel from raddtrap to something else. But it's not lithium, since it's not life either. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Ah, my brain ran out of ideas. Lupin the Top. Ba ba da 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 da. Bam ba da da. Lupin the Third. Da da da. Is it gaming time, chat? Is it gaming time? Hold up, let me see. Kinda thinking maybe if my internet is fine, we could. We could continue Sifu from yesterday. We could also play something else, like a VR game. But I don't know. Hmm. Let's do light shading on this one, just so it looks kind of good. So it's Rain and Kate. Yes, VR. We could, we could. Okay. Let's do something else. Let's do this song. Ta ta. Oh my god, it's so fucking jammed with this. Ta ta ta. Already, daddy. What up, Zippy? Hello. Ooh. Mm. Hey. Oh, it's Farah. Hello. Why'd you change your name? Intuitioner, intuitioner. Zippy. Why is it so hard for me to pronounce that? What the fuck? So do I call you Zippy now? Oh, this delicious piano, dude. Having YouTube on my name sounds cringy now. What? Oh, the alt name. Okay. Okay, we chillin', we chillin'. I mean, hey, Overwatch is pretty cool, you know? Well, was. Sag. I think the hands needs to be a little bit more upwards. You can call me by my real name if you like, Carl. Okay, Carl. My duty. Carl. Kind of reminded me of that old YouTube episodic about a two llama. Carl. I forgot what it's called. That one's so fucking good. It's a classic. Water. Actually, I haven't drink. Hydrate, chat. There we go. Llamas with hats? Is it? It's the one that just two llamas chatting over Carl's misbehaving. Let me check. Yes. Oh my god, I missed this show. Do you guys want to watch the whole thing? It's only like 18 minutes. Carl. Oh!
Feels Rain Man.
Valdez with the resubs. 20 months in a row. Oh shit. Thank you so much, Belt. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you for the support. How you doing? tandu briave tanu imundalunum sofla onusio nakanero isa indru falushu. I forget the lyric. I'm okay, lower back hurts. Oh no. Unlucky, man. How about you? I'm chilling. Just drawing. All that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Hello. That's it. That's the message. Hi.
That's it. Nice. Hello, what's up, Saiyans? How you doing? Imundralunum sofla monusio nakanero isa setu flanesho uri sinas elvire luri ansetalite uri si parazavlu. Oh my god, dude. Kind of stop. Trying to figure out if my internet is Pepesia or Twitch app. What do you mean? Wait, do you guys also get like random uh loading in the chat? Like the chat sometimes just like not updating properly. Because I'm getting that right now. So I have to like refresh my chat once in a while because it's not updating properly. Constantly buffering mobile and desktop even though the speed test says I got solid 90. Okay, so I guess I'm not alone then. I guess some of the Twitch servers just kind of wacky right now. But not all. Everything fine for me? I guess not for everyone. Just some. One second. Woo! God damn. So a bunch of account got stolen again recently? Ah, shit. Always activate the 2FA in your account, chat. Just be cautious. Be safe. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ta ta. Dum 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 dum. Oh my god. Did my back, bro. Something wrong with it. Puppy trap. What's up? I got all the sus name. Oh no. Oh, sorry. Guys, translate how in Romanian? How? No idea. I don't know Romania, yeah, whatever the fuck. Romanian? Roms? How the fuck do you, what do Romanian speaks? Oh, it is called Romanian. Come. Burpaspin. Is Burpaspin activated here? Oh, it is. Okay. And he comes. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. I think I'm kind of stuck here. Da, 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 da. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. Bam, 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 ba-da-dum. Bam, bam, bam. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Bam, 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 bam. Mhm, 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 mhm. Okay, I think enough drawing for today. Holy shit, bruh! Gaming time. Oh shit, oh shit. Bam, 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 bam. It's actually not bad though, so I should probably post this on Twitter. Gosh, I love this expression so much. Delicious. Da, 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 dum. Da, 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 dun. I don't know where to put it. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. I'm gonna put it here, I guess. 3 hours of drawing, I know, dude, I know. It's 10 p.m. Oh shit. Ba-da-da-da-dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Up. Hold up. The head is so fucking messy. Let me clean that up a little bit. So it's bothering me so much. What drawing app? I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Yes sir, yes sir. That's good enough. Oh, it bothers me that the fucking hand doesn't have a shadow. Hold up. Help, I'm stuck. No. No purse, no help. Okay, okay, done, done, done. This is not finished anyway. I'm just taking a break. No need to put too much details. Also, I drew something, and when I wanted to save it, the page just crashed, which means everything I drew is gone. That's not supposed to happen. If you keep getting crash on that, you should. Wait, what are you using though? Are you using Clip as well? Or are you using like Photoshop? Something like that? Alrighty. Klecky. What is that? Clicky. Ooh. Never heard of this. Oh, online? Ooh. I do not recommend online. That's probably why. If you wanna start with a drawing software, but also free, I highly recommend Krita. Krita. I am not sponsored, but I hear a lot of good stuff from my fellow artist friends that give it a try or even use it. And the best thing is that it's purely free. 100% free. It's an open source. From what anime is this? I forgot. All right. Is there anything new? Let's check out some YouTube or any new stuff on the internet. I'm assuming there's nothing going on, considering it's literally 5 days until Elden Ring, by the way. 5 days! My god, dude. I'm still hyped. Still can't wait. Hub, 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 hub. But thinking to buy Paint Tool Sai, but at the same time I don't want to buy because I don't want to have too much art program. Oh, you already have. Oh, what are you using right now? Clip?
Yup.
Sorry. I mean, I was using Sai. I actually use Sai before I use Clip. I started with Photoshop like everyone else, literally. Everyone else and their moms. And then I tried Sai. I used Sai for like 3 years, 2 years maybe, or less. And then I go to Paint, Clip Studio Paint. And I've been sticking around with Paint for so long now. I wish it was a TV channel with only anime. What do you mean? But honestly, there's really no wrong type of drawing software. Like you can literally go with anything as long as it's actually functioned properly. Like for drawing that I know of, there's definitely Photoshop, CSP, Sai, Krita, for iPad user they use Procreate. There's literally a lot of them you can choose, and all of them is viable. I want to try some tool on Sai. I mean, you can do trial. I don't know. I think Sai also have trial. Oh, Mike. Thank you. Wait, I think Sai have Paint Tool Sai. Damn, I haven't been checked this guys out for so long. Yeah, they have 30 days trial. I also tried it as well. How do you get a free trial? Shit. I don't know. I forgot. But there's definitely a way. I think you just download this and then it'll ask for your thingy thing, and then if you don't have the code, it'll just automatically use the 30-day trial. Easy. See? If you like to continue using the software after 30 days, yeah. 31 days. You can use the software full function without fee during the first 31 days. There you go. The software disabled the file open and save function immediately when 31 days trial expired. It means that you lose the painting from last save point. Ooh, careful. That's good to know as well. But yeah, 1 full month is more than enough to give it a try and see if you like it or not. You know? And then there's also Krita. Is the one that I gave a try, but I was like, it's cool, but I was already too comfortable with CSP. Until like I really want to give another software a try, I think I'm good with CSP. No trial, no subscription, no limit to your creativity. Look at that. Looking slick as fuck. I feel like Krita is like a really good middle ground between Photoshop and CSP when it comes to like the layout and functionality. You can even animate, dude. Like, how fucking cool is that? All for free. That's actually insane. These guys are fucking guts, and it's insane. Sifu speedrun 40 minutes and no death. Oh my god. Nah, let's not watch the speedrun, because the boss fight, if I saw some gameplays, I can, you know, it'll give me the solution. I want to figure out the boss fight myself. It's part of the puzzle. Right, do you guys have this new Siso Tutti Fruity drink? What the fuck is that? No. Never heard of this. Dude, this is Hungarian drink. Even the website is siso.hu. Who? Like, it's literally made locally in your country. It literally only in Hungary. Hungary. Hungary? Hungary? How the fuck do you pronounce Hungary?
Hungary.
Oh yeah, I was right. Hungary. Hungry. Okay, we got some trailers that we can check out. We got... Okay. This is crazy. No Man's Sky got another free expansion. What the fuck, dude? You guys need to fucking chill. It's called Sentinel. What the fuck, man?
I've seen things. A few things before. Left the sun and moon behind.
Sentinel pillars. Or is it like enemies?
Galaxies waiting to be found.
Drone companion? Oh, that's fun.
Planets.
So biology
Rich in
expedition.
resources. Battles to be fought.
Heavy drone.
Treasures unknown.
buildable AI mech? Wait, that's actually dope. Neutron cannon, summoner drone.
A universe you wouldn't believe.
Active camouflage, flamethrower, stun grenades. God damn, bruh. Oh my god. These guys, I don't understand how the fuck they keep getting money from. Do they just get a shit tons of money from the day one purchase, and they just like literally take no more? Is that it? Is that what's going on? Like they literally, dude, zero microtransaction. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's fucking crazy. Exceptional long-term support for a game with zero microtransaction. You'll never see a AAA studio do this without microtransaction incentive. Exactly. It's dude, like what the fuck? I don't get it. It's cool and all, but what? Do they actually have enough money? How the fuck do they? What the? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. How the fuck do they keep pumping up all this free update? I don't get it, man. It's crazy. Sentinel always was the only main enemy in the game, but now they made it cooler. Gotcha. These guys are the exact opposite of Rockstar. I sim for that. These guys are the exact opposite of any AAA developer, because AAA company always gonna ask for more money for each update. Okay, next one we got Jesus Christ. Star Wars The Old Republic Legacy of the Sith. Oh my god, it already sounds so fucking cool. So this is like the newest cinematic trailer for the upcoming update for SWATR, or Star Wars, you know, The Old Republic. SWATR. I don't play the game, but this game is like the best Star Wars game out there currently in terms of like development.
Focus, Sahar.
I did it! Did you see? Wow.
I know it is difficult to accept, but the Force has chosen you.
Oh shit! Damn.
Destroy this machine and all records of it.
Yes, Master Or.
Oh my god.
Go now.
Dude, Darth Malgus, man. This guy's cool as shit. It's probably one of the coolest Darth or Sith out there. Oh.
Is that you?
You're too late, Malgus.
Holy shit, animation.
I did it! Did you see? Wow.
Will you be taking both children?
No. The brother shows little connection with the Force. Zahar. The Force has chosen you.
I sense your past, Padawan.
Can't take her!
Your pain. Your fear.
Oh shit.
This is how the Sith and Jedi maintain control. Revealing the ways of the Force to some. And keeping it from others.
Zahar! Don't listen to him!
How many were left behind? So that the Jedi could play God.
God damn. Oh, let me guess, it's gonna be...
Now give it to me.
You could have saved my brother.
What?
Was I chosen by the Force? Or you?
Now's not the time.
Do you know what it is your master just destroyed?
Zahar, listen to me.
A machine built to find those the Jedi didn't deem worthy.
Silence! Give it to me. Now, Padawan!
It's not too late. Give me the plans.
No!
We can still find your brother.
I've only ever protected you. You must trust me.
Oh, now you say no. Oh! Oh, now you say no. Oh, Master, no.
Very well.
Zahar. I'm sorry.
This is so dumb. But it's Star Wars. Oh shit! Oh!
All your life you've been in a cage, Padawan. When you're ready, break free.
Damn. No, it's not a movie. God damn. It's a trailer. Legacy of the Sith. That is so fucking sick, dude. Shit, bro. Who's the fucking... Is this an in-house? I wonder if it's an in-house CGI trailer. That's so fucking cool. God damn. It really said Ziz fleece. I can't. That's cool. Fuck! It was so immersive, man. Why don't Jedi just use the Force to control multiple sabers just like in some old Chinese knight errant? I mean, I don't know. If you want to go like technicality stuff, it probably is not that easy to use it that often. Like most of the time you can see like how Jedi use the way they use the Force. It's like it takes some effort. And just to use some saber, control saber like it's some fucking flying sword and shit like that. I feel like that's takes too much energy or some shit like that. Too much force. I don't know. Never really get into the technicality of like Star Wars and all that stuff. Considering it was all started as a theatrical movie. So a lot of them are just doesn't make sense. I mean, come on. Star Wars is like, the core of the plot is basically good versus evil, you know? So it can be boiled down to like very basic logical sometimes. Like it just works kind of thing. ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? What is this? Ubisoft be like spoil me daddy. Te va. ¿Cómo te va? Game ranks?
Hey folks, today is Friday, February 18th, 2022. As usual, my name is Jake Baldino, here to talk about all the video game news that has
Oh my god, this week in video games, but not from Chill Up.
been going on this week, and it's a stacked week. Some cool stuff, so let's just jump right in.
Let's just hear the Ubisoft one.
Has to do with Ubisoft. So, in an earnings report, we got a bunch of new information. Specifically, Ubisoft, according to them, they're doing pretty well. Interestingly enough, Rainbow Six Extraction, which I wasn't the hugest fan of, has crossed like 5 million players. They talked up all their investments, their
Really?
tech, how much everything is selling, yada, yada, yada. But the most interesting nugget was about a possible acquisition. Now, of course, acquisitions are the hottest thing in video games right now. Everybody's being bought up, gobbled up, yum, 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 by all these other bigger corporations. I go yum, yum, yum. That's... According to Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot, they are not looking for a sale. They are not looking to be sold or anything, but they would be happy to entertain any conversations if an offer comes along. Interestingly enough, this is a far cry. See what I did there? Ubisoft just a couple of years back who had some issues and were facing a hostile takeover and stuff like that. It could go either way. I don't necessarily see it happening. They are definitely bulking up with Assassin's Creed just becoming even more of a monster and stuff like that. But crazier things have happened. I didn't think of any of the other acquisition things happening. And then they did. If anything, as you know, Ubisoft has faced their own controversies and allegations in recent months and years. So this could once again serve as kind of like a trapdoor for the higher-ups. On the other side of things, on the actual video game talk, we now know that Skull and Bones is still a game. They're still working on it after it was...
I don't even remember this game still a thing. I don't even... Goddamn. Shall it be reported set? Yeah, well, we'll wait for a Chill Up. We only committed to 1 week in video games. Alright, what is this? The Life of an Oni main. Oh shit. Oh, it's compilation shit. I do not understand any of this. I'm assuming it's like the cool combination of the perks.
3, 2, 1, go!
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Why? Also, this is just me or the video a little bit blurry. Oh, Jesus. It's a little bit blurry.
Yeah, boy.
Stop right there!
Oh! Now you fucked up!
No running in the hole. Detention for you.
This video always the same. It's a format. It's like a meme. I don't know the name. But this is a format for literally years. Basically a meme, you know, highlight gameplay.
I'm in a new band called Kuwait Grips.
Can I get in the band?
Yeah.
What do I do?
You play sleigh bells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleigh bells.
I'm on board with that.
First things first, I quit the band.
I want you to visualize
Audio, dude.
those people that have been mean to you, and then I want you to attack. I want you to visualize and then attack. Can you handle that? I tried.
Space Jam. Ooh, nice edit. Jesus Christ, that's brutal. I remember I used to watch this kind of video. Oh man, I forgot my favorite go-to, but I think one of them is Palulumen. Was it him? I think it was this one. Yeah, I think this was the video that introduces me to him, the PUBG.exe.
Nani?
Oh! Headshot. The one who will send you to the lobby. This is such a classic. This is so old though. Oh no, the console player. He gave up, no.
Do it. Do it then. Kill me.
They're coming.
Tripalowski. I miss PUBG, man.
Antonio, frena, frena, Antonio, frena. Antonio, frena. Frena, frena, Antonio. Antonio.
There's a new video about Apex. Apex Legend. Why is there a new video? I thought the fucking thingy is already out. 11th season by Korean dude? What? What do you mean? Wait. Oh, meme video. Oh, okay. I mean, there's always like that. One of those meme highlight thingy. What is this? The moist
This is
machine.
yet another gorilla-sized dick YouTube has shoved up its user base.
Oh,
A dick so big it would be the top. This is yet...
Hold up. I think. Okay. No. Actually, we can just watch this one.
This is yet another gorilla-sized dick YouTube has shoved up its user base's ass. A dick so big it would be the top upvoted post of all time on r/chonkers, and people won't even comment how cute it is. They would just be confused. Yeah, that's all I have for today, guys. See ya.
There's actually a context behind this video, but we can watch it later.
Good luck out there, Charlie.
Mr. Beast, you're looking at ASMR. 40% on the moist meter. Whoopi Goldberg. Sorry, the Holocaust is not about race. Whoopi Goldberg suspended from The View.
Brendan Fraser finally announced that he's going to become a YouTuber. This is the most exciting thing I've heard since they announced the sequel to Dr. Dolittle. I couldn't be happier to finally see not only Brendan Fraser coming back from the dead, but also getting rid of his ex-wife, finally off the alimony payments. It is one of the best, one of the most r/wholesome moments of the year.
Mongagia.
Charlie, penguins. Big Moist.
Big Moist. Oh my god, they're all alive.
Charlie? Mambo Insano?
Mambo Insano. I get that reference. Holy shit. Mambo Insano is his original. Oh my god. There we go. It's his 10 million subscriber.
So how did you guys power up without the moist chip? Oh, well, our AI actually evolved faster than Charmeleon into Charizard and twice as epic. Our AI took over our bodies and now we're all sentient. Fucking epic. Yeah, once you hit the 10 million, you get a sentience update. Yeah. We get the sentience update. Yeah. This is so exciting. I thought you guys were gonna kill me like Ex Machina style. This is literally more exciting than being baptized in Belle Delphine's bathwater. Charlie, we have one other unbelievable surprise. This surprise is gonna shock you more than the state that they tried to release Cyberpunk 2077 in. Come on out. It's Drew Gooden.
Hey man.
Oh my god.
Why?
Drew Gooden.
Hey man.
Drew Garden.
How's How's it going?
What's going on,
guys?
Hey, Drew.
What's up, Drew?
Happy birthday.
Oh, it's not our birthday.
Our birthday? Oh.
Yeah, it's 10 million.
Oh, that's cool, man. Congrats. I didn't know.
Congrats, Charlie. Congrats, Charlie. Yeah, congrats on 10 million. Congrats, Charlie. Congrats, Charlie. Congrats, Charlie. Good job, great, Charlie. Good job, Charlie. Thank you. Love you, Charlie. Good job, Charlie. Good job, Charlie. Good enough. More like fucking perfect. Am I right, guys? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You paid him $13,000. You have him for the whole weekend. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with him. Oh, this is amazing. Where'd the $13,000 come from? It was the shared account, right? Shared account. Yeah. Well, we just used facial recognition, you know, on your phone on the B of A app, and it worked. Yeah. It worked. Oh, our bank account, yeah.
Yeah, you guys kind of all have the same face, so they have access to anything that you do.
Yeah, which makes sense. Probably how they had your wife's number, since I have it.
You have my wife's number?
We have your wife's number, yeah. If that makes you uncomfortable, maybe you should leave.
You know what, Charlie? No, I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna earn my $13,000. Now let's party!
Holy shit.
You get tired of doing that? Fuck no. Absolutely not. No. So I have an absolutely outstanding announcement to share with all of you, quite possibly the biggest thing that the human race has ever even been subject to. This is the biggest announcement of all time, right up there with the official voice cast being revealed for the Mario movie. I want to introduce you to some brand new team members. Hey Charlie. Hey Charlie. Hey Charlie. Hey Charlie. Hey Big Moist. Hey Charlie. Hey Huge Charles. Hey Charlie. And Drew Gooden's here. What's up? He's like over there. So we're going to be aiming for 20 videos a day and really crank up the production, hopefully getting 15 additional Charlies on the staff by the end of the year. It's going to be a little different. It's going to be like the season 3 of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when they switched out Vivian's actress, pretended nothing happened, but we're showing you how the sausage is made, so buckle up. It's going to be some fucking banging content coming. Yeah.
Do I get to help?
Nope.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, it's actually my shift right now, so I'm actually going to go stream. Yeah.
All right.
Bye, Charlie. Have a good shift, Charlie. Bye, Charlie. Bye, Charlie. Bye, Drew. Bye, Charlie. Bye, Charlie. Bye, Charlie.
Oh my god, this is so fucking good.
Bye, Drew.
Only... Sorry.
Bye, Charlie. Bye, Charlie. Bye, Charlie. Have a good shift, Charlie. Thanks. I'll feel the fun through you guys. Yeah. Bye, Drew.
You're not the real Charlie.
Almost got you cheating on your wife. All right.
Oh, so good. Good shit. Oh my god, Joel. So a little bit context that, you know, well, it's kind of obvious. Is he got 10 million subscriber. So what Charlie did is he actually gathered up with the whole fucking some other YouTuber to become the Charlies.
We've done Psycho Serum before, but this...
And they eat
Alright, yeah, you guys...
10 million
Scovilles.
Gum.
Do a real... Alright, cheers everyone.
Wait,
do we
chew it and shit? Yeah,
No.
chew it.
Go ahead.
So fucking scared. This is gonna suck so hard.
Holy fuck.
Chew it, Charlie. That's immediately hot. Chew it.
Oh, I'm getting through it. That's bad.
I'm gonna spit out pretty soon.
I think you can spit. You're good.
Ow. That was harder. Don't swallow it. Fucking beating Dark Souls 3 with my dick. That's just cutting my tongue. What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all flamed up riding a motorcycle? That's how I feel right now. But there's also that Wicker Man scene where I'm getting stung by bees in my fucking mouth. Oh, that's just like a cutting pain. That's just like pain.
That's a tough one.
Oh, yeah. You still chewing it? Yeah. What the fuck, Charlie?
Real Charlie is handling this very well.
This is not as bad as Psycho Serum.
It's not as bad. It's not even close to Psycho Serum, but it hurts my tongue.
That was a
really
letdown.
bad.
Although I would like to
wasn't too
state
bad.
that with all of them here, there was no point in me being in the spicy video. There was no reason for me to be here.
But it was just funny.
You
to
did
get
it the
you in
longest.
Yeah. You know I love fucking with you, man.
I love you forever.
Yeah, I love you, man.
We've been best friends for like 17 years.
Oh my god. Yeah, baby. Sad, yeah, baby. Sad woo. Painful woo.
Dude, 10 million
I'm
Scovilles.
gonna cut my fucking tongue off with a knife. I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey at Boy Scouts of America.
Oh my god!
My skull is vibrating like I just did the Wim Hof breathing challenge.
Oh my god, so good. Oh shit. Dude, Charlie's fucking banging, man. God, he blew up. Okay, now watch it. ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? Where's the VR game? Are we going? Kind of chilling, man. It's a bit too late, but we could give it a try. We can give it a try. Sure, why not? Give me a sec. I need to set it up.
VR Kanojo.
No, I am not playing VR Kanojo. Shut up. Okay. I actually haven't even tested this off stream, so we don't know if it's actually gonna work properly or not. Hopefully it does. I don't know, but yeah. Let's see. Alright, give me a sec. While we wait. You guys can watch this while I'm preparing. Alright, give me a sec, I'll be right back. Oh, got it. Hello. Perfect timing. Oh shit. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. She's dead.
从高处再做个实验。
Anyway, pick red.
Va bene? Via. What the? Oh my god.
Kasih tempat.
The board that she hanged on was attached to the base of a bin, stretching out over the top.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous! Shut up! Don't let go of it, don't. Oh. Yep, got it.
This one powerful product removes tough stains and disinfects all over your bathroom without harsh...
Can you just back up, bro? Just trying to eat.
Como é que essa mulher vai levar essa televisão, pelo amor de Deus, hein? O brasileiro tem que ser estudado. Eita!
Oh Jesus, I can hear that. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Who said it don't be cold in Virginia? Who said it don't be cold in Virginia?
There's a lot of traffic and I'm gonna look really stupid when I do this. Alright, I'm doing a cartwheel.
That doesn't sound good. What the fuck?
Thanks. 12 inches of deliciousness.
What?
What? Alright, let's finish the video. Might as well. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, you need water for that, bro. Oh god. Oh my god. What the fuck?
You playing with me?
Oh! What the fuck is that? Oh.
Степа, ты там не помещаешься, Степа. Вот это вот зачем?
That's such a cat thing. What the fuck is that? Is that a deep fryer? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you dumbass.
Okay, so I got just a few things.
Oh, not anymore. Hey, not too far. We're so close. Anyway, it's getting late. Good night, less than 3. Good video. That's wholesome. Alright. Look, I am controlling this through VR right now. That is a big booba. 1 second. In game. Wait, should I just use Steam VR? Do you guys want to see the chat in game, or do you guys don't care about it? How do I do this? Como te va? Como te va? Here, let me do this. There we go. Let me close Chrome. A better bing, a better boom. Actually, I think it's fine. And nah. Okay. Alright, can you guys see? There you are. Chat, say hello to chat. Holy shit. It's so trippy. Okay. We're in game. The Room. That's the game. Okay. I think I'm gonna put you guys on my hand. Oh! Okay. You guys stay in there. Not VR. I'm not playing VR Kanajo, shut up. Da 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 da. Why is it so dark? Oh! Why am I so high? Wait, reset view. Look forward and press. Okay. Boom. There we go. Okay. So weird. Alright. Select profile. Progress is automatically saved to your profile during gameplay. Blah blah. Support multiple profile. Blah blah. Okay. Alright. Let's check out the option real quick. Turn fade. I don't know. Enabled? High? Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't crash with my PC. Wait, hold up. Okay, Chrome is closed. Cool. Boom, new game. Choose to play seated or standing. This can be changed at any time. Standing. Standing height. Please calibrate your standing height for the most comfortable gameplay experience. Oh wait, is the audio too loud for you guys? Hold up, I should probably... How's the audio? Shit, I should... Ah, fuck. Sounds okay for now? Okay. I'm gonna probably turn it down a little bit. Ah, Bloomsbury Police Station, 1908. It's getting dark. I should get back to work. Oh man, this kind of rotation? No, I hate snap turn. Teleport. Ah, I hate snap turn. Whatever. Okay. Interact. Okay. Dozen of disappearance in just a few weeks, but this is one of the strangest. Dr. Rupert Montgomery. Okay. We're playing some detective shit right here, chat. I don't know. I'll hear your mom clapping. Ban this guy. Okay. The storage area of the British Institute of Archaeology, where the professor was last seen. How can someone disappear from such a secure building without anyone seeing him leave? I don't know, you asked me. Dr. Montgomery specialized in priceless Egyptian relics. He told colleagues he was on the verge of some great discovery. They say he had seemed distracted of late. This is the piece of professor was studying when he disappeared. Ooh, the Egyptian mummy. Nothing else was missing, no evidence of a struggle or break-in. It doesn't make any sense. I should check my desk in case the sergeant has left a report. Okay. So we can only go to like specific location. A peculiar old gentleman was asking after you. He gave me a parcel, said it would help with the disappearance. I swear the damn thing was making the stranger's noise, though the constable told me I was hearing things. I put it in your wall safe if you want to see yourself. Alright. How do I TP? Over there? Am I supposed to... Oh, wait, what is that? Pick up key. Oh! Add key to inventory. Okay, that's interesting. I should have a look in the safe. Okay, open inventory. Interesting. Oh, Jesus! Okay, that was weird. What was that? I need to get this open. Perhaps there's something in an evidence storage that can help. Okay. Wait, hold up. This is not smooth 60 FPS. Hold up. How many FPS? 40! Okay. Game's actually pretty heavy. Fuck. Okay, fine. $72. Cool. Okay, first puzzle, chat. How the fuck do we do this? I cannot move around. It's a fixated type of shit. Oh. I'm sure we confiscated something that can help me crack a safe. I'll be listed in the back. It'll be listed on the blackboard. Oh my god, we got doctor fucking thing. Place file evidence with the correct case number for easy retrieval. The filling system isn't that complicated. You're a detective. Work it out. Okay. Which one do we want? I don't even know. Safe cracking. William Clark. It's not there. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this supposed to be a pattern? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So we know the number is 6. right? WEPH C, because it's William Clark C06. Let me see if I can get this first time. A safe cracker and a clipboard. Did I get it right, chat? I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna put it. Oh, it's in my inventory. Oh. Oh shit. Look at this shit. Ah, okay. Oh, wait. There we go. Should be good. I'm gonna try to not scream too much. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Hello? Forgive me, unorthodox approach, detective, but I have vital information relating to a case you're investigating. I'm sure you have questions, so please take these lenses and let me show you what I cannot explain. This is only the beginning. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. Bing, 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 bing. Whoa. It's a VR goggle. What is this, Google Lens? Use the eyepiece. Whoa. Oh, fuck! Okay, this is kind of spooky. I don't like this already. There's no jump scare in this game, right? Fuck. Has any of you guys played this game, chat? Okay. Nani? Okay. I think I just figured that out. And this one... Okay. Okay, I cannot do that. I'm assuming we gotta put something in there, or... Oh, wait! Shit. Ah! Oh my god, dude. It's loading. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is very fucking cool though. Welcome, detective, to the hidden realm of the Null. The disappearance you are investigating are part of something more sinister than you can imagine. I can show you what happened to those people, and perhaps together we can avert any further loss. This document is no ordinary letter. The Null connects it to me, its author. Use the eyepiece to reveal the connection, find the others, and discover their fates. Whoa. Oh. Okay. The British Institute of Archaeology. This is room the Montgomery. Okay, I didn't read that. Fuck. How does this look for you guys, by the way? Does it looks good? I had the porter pull the sarcophagus from the storage again tonight, hoping for a breakthrough. The imagery seems to relate to a practice of taking devout followers with them to another life. They believe this rite could trap and contain their souls, but the hieroglyphs don't follow any known lexicon. It makes no sense. Okay. Okay. Can't do anything. Wait, can you guys see this? This UI thingy? I hope it's not too distracting. The fuck is my mic? Okay, hold up. Let me reposition myself. Okay, there we go. Okay, I don't think there's anything we can do here. Let's check this one out. Oh. It's for this sarcophagus. I feel like this needs to be a little bit louder. Like, try to scare me type of shit. Okay, there's no volume. I'm already on max volume as well. Is it too loud for you guys, or is it like the right amount of volume? Oh, hold up. Oh, god damn it. Calibrate height. Calibrate. Okay, cool. I just need to make sure. I don't think we can do anything here. Oh! Oh! I think we want to use this once we can pull out the sarcophagus from that thingy, but not now. Oh, that's so nice. That feedback's audio is actually really fucking cool. Oh my god, there's so many things that I'm overwhelmed. Okay. Let's check this out. There's a missing piece here. The gate and the weight. Yeah, there's a missing piece. Oh, unless... Okay, never mind. It's stuck. Alright, never mind. Thought I figured something out. Ah! Sorry. Which one is heavier? A kilogram of bread or a kilogram of feather? That's right. Your mom is heavier. Gotcha, bitch. I'm sorry. I don't know what else we can do right now. There's clearly a missing piece over here. I don't think we can do anything there. Okay, that's kind of spooky. That's it? Oh. There was a lock this whole fucking time? Men vad fan i helvete? Oh wait, wrong one. Oh. Okay. I think we're good now. I'm scared. Sorry, I can't stay away from your mom. She's so thick, she has her own atmosphere. Jesus fucking Christ.
Don't worry, we are here to watch you get scared.
Shut the fuck up. The porter was back, asking about my progress. A curious fellow, he seems almost amused that I couldn't crack the code. He gave me a parcel, said it has been left for me in the post room. Inside was an odd-looking lens, along with a note that said the lens would help me in my work, goodness knows how. But at this point, I'm willing to try anything. A breast weight. Alright. Judge him. Find him at the beginning. Oh! There's something. Oh god. New wisp skin and Warframe so good I had to drop it in Discord. Gotcha. So let's look, I will fit my eyepiece. Use the eyepiece to put on the huh? Oh. Use the new lens to reveal new secrets hidden behind shimmering surfaces. Wait a fucking minute. He waits at the temple. Hello there. Okay, there's something that we can put in there. But she ain't got feet. Oh my god. Ah, okay. I'm kind of confused right now. Cause wrong button. What is this for? Brass weight. This looks very specific, but I don't know where to put it. Okay. Is there anything that I miss? Shit, we can open the fucking sarcophagus. Ah, fuck. Okay. Here we go. It's not gonna be fun. Okay. Now what? How do I lock it in? Eh? The fuck? Am I dumb? Hey! Okay. There's definitely something else that's missing here. Hmm. 2307E. I am actually confused. Oh. Oh, fitta. Ceremonial dagger. Okay, that's not it. There's nothing I can do with this right now. There's nothing I can do. Oh, wait. Okay. An engraved oh, it's for that. It makes sense now. Never mind, it's not for that. Fuck. Maybe for that. No, there's no way. It's for that then. I knew it. It's gotta be this one. Fuck! This one? Okay, I look like a dumbass right now. What is this for? There's definitely a mechanism over there, but I can't tell what is it for. Huh? Oh! This whole fucking time you can rotate this motherfucker? Some kind of an Egyptian tool. This is an Egyptian fork. I'm not sure what this is for. It's for your mama. Sorry. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. A tool with distinct shape. That's an ankh shape, right? An engraved stone disc. This one for that. There's a missing piece for this. Oh, fuck! Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Dude, I got to immerse! Fuck! I'm scared. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's a color combination. Dude, what the fuck? Some fucking... Ah, fita! Subs. Okay. Oh, I can pass it around. Okay, I get it. I know how to do this. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to do that celebration. Ay, fita! It's too loud, chat. Fuck my life, dude. It's too fucking... A giant fucking dildo came out of it. Fuck hell. I don't know if I want to get close to that. Gotta be honest with you guys. Okay. Guess we should. Oh, fuck. An ornate golden orb. Whoa. Well, that's trippy. Oh my fucking god, that's sexy as fuck. I like that. I like that. Picasso. That's actually fucking cool. There's a gyroscope puzzle. That's sick. That's sick. I'll give him that. Okay, but where do we want to use this? Hey, what's up, Bondi? How you doing? Clearly can rotate this with something, but probably not this. Chat, is this just me or it looks like a fucking grandma? The pattern. It's like a grandma has like square eyes. Oh. Oh. How do I... Oh. Oh, I don't have to grip it. I just kind of twiddle it with my finger. That's so fucking weird. Okay. Half gilded scarab. Okay, it's not a grandma. It's a scarab. Okay. I'm doing good, but I found some pretty good MC server, and I think I will be good if you will take a look, but it's not my server, lol. I don't play Minecraft as in right now, but maybe in the future. Why not? Night after night I return when all those ignorant fools have gone home. The lands have opened my eyes. I cannot believe I was once as blind as them. The work is hard. My tiredness has become a distraction. I'm starting to hear things, whispers, voices, always loudest near the coffin. Just a visualization of the paper. Looks like your 372 unfinished game. No, the room I always finished all the room that I played. 1, 2, 3. I played all of them on stream and I finished them. They're not that long. The room is like what? 3 hours. It's a very short game. To be fair. I don't know, where do I put this? Oh, never mind. Stone tile holding a metal token. That doesn't even make sense. Hello. Let me just... Oh. Mwah. Sorry, I had to do it. What am I doing right now? This. What do I do with it? Wait a fucking minute. Oh, motherfucker! Apparently I should have figured this one first. Okay. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I don't get it. Never mind, I got it. Hey, Nani. Ah, fuck you. Okay, I get it now. Eh? Fuck. Why is this so hard? Okay, there we go. Oh. I don't know what this means. I think we'll figure this out later. Okay. Oh, fuck off. There we go. Don't study ancient Egypt language. Well, I don't, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. What's the reference for this? Huh? What? Okay. What is this referencing? Like that's a mosquito, and that's just a triangle. That. Okay. Oh my god, the fucking thing scattered around the fucking place. This is heart and feather. I don't think there's this one have anything to do with that? It's gotta be quite the finicky. Is it here? The logo seems random. I don't think so. That goes love you? I know. I know. It's an unrequited okay, whatever. How do we get the rest of these? I am lost. Oh, motherfucker. A wire basket with a heart head of a jackal, baboon, and there's a falcon. Does the game want me to open the fucking thing? In what order though? Oh, never mind. Figure it out. Falcon goes to the dick. Wolf or jackal left side, and then baboon head. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh, please no jump scare. There's something that I have to put in there. Got nothing though. Still got nothing on this. Oh! Mosquito swan! Oh my god, it's literally scattered around the fucking room. Oh my god. We actually have to look for it. Okay. Oh my god, okay. It's gonna be fucking hard. Like, you actually have to go to look around and pay attention properly. What else? What else? Maybe in this one? Maybe with this? I don't see anything specifics. Maybe in this? No. On you? No. Shit! I think you can just try tipping. What do you mean tipping? You mean force? Wait, where's this one? I cannot move the last one. You mean that? Ugh. You want me to put my hand in there? Oh wait. Of course. Okay. Okay. No. Okay.
Boo peepo giggles.
Boo. We need to put something in there. Is this for that? Brute force. A metal handle. For that. Boop. A decorate amulet for this. Boom. Okay, never mind. Oh wait, it's for the mummy. Mummy? Sorry. Shit, bro. Excuse me, sir. It's a new puzzle. Oh, fuck! Hey! 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 Bro. It's always been here. He's always been here. Since the beginning, waiting. Ow. Waiting at the beginning. At the temple, they all wait at the beginning. I see them, they aren't blind like me. He's in there. He's inside this. I'm kidding. Okay. Alright. That was cool. Alright, I think I want to sit down. I'm getting tired. Hold up. Let me change my fucking thing. Change to sitting. Shitting. No, wait, fuck. Let me sit first. Reset view. Boom. There we go. The also really reminds me of this early 2000 horror shooter like Fear. It got that vibe, yeah. Demonic shit going on. Fuck. Okay. Welcome back, Detective. Perhaps now you can understand the danger we face. The artifact you collected now holds the very essence, the soul, if you will, of the Professor. His sacrifice will help further my work and bring these arcane forces safely under my control. Onward to another of those lost unfortunates, the servant of God this time. He was searching for some long-forgotten relic. You must uncover what he found. The fuck? So, all these triangles are filled with, like, souls of these people. Damn, that's fucked up. Oh shit. A church. Perhaps this reverend will have some answers for me. I don't know how much longer I can stand this ignorant people with their fuck, itchy. With their trivial problems. After tracing the legend to this remote parish and all these months of searching, still cannot find the hidden relic. Short of taking a hammer to the walls, I simply don't know where to search next. Hey. Oh! He's like, how do I become smart? Book! What the fuck was that animation? A mechanic key. Okay. Oh god, there's so many things. Two 6-1. Okay. 261-58739-814. We're missing one number. Oh my god, did my back fuck. Wait, how long have we been live? 5 hours. I don't know why my back is killing me. We'll stop after we figure this one out, eh? We'll take a break. Continue next time. Oh. Fitta helvete. Okay. Alright. An old man I've not seen before approached me after evensong. He knew the legend of this chapel, and the relic hidden somewhere within the stone walls. He gave me a small box, said it contained something that would help me, something which would unlock the truth. Oh, we got an invisible box now. Ah! Okay, that's a wall. Fuck. Hold up. Let me get a little bit into the center. So dope. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Scared by what? No, I'm not scared. Shut up. Oh shit, this crystal looks unusual. Perhaps I should see this new lens to examine them. Ooh. Oh, this is like from the previous one. Strange, I feel like I'm being pulled towards them. Enter the portal. Oh my god. I'm tiny. Oh my god, looks so absurd. This looks so fucking trippy, dude. Okay. Did I make it? What the fuck? It's like a potion bottle, but fancy one. Where do I put? Oh, we put in the circular shit. This decanter fits here, but it doesn't do anything. I must have missed something. Missed your mom. Sorry, chat. I just figured out the puzzle by smacking my finger into it. Okay. All right. That's how you do it. Actually, I could have easily solved it. I misclicked that too. Where's so good view? D when I see Red Trap thinking and his brain working. Huh? True? Ah, shit. Okay. Fuck. I see. Oh, I get it. What color do we want though? Pink, yellow, blue. Huh? Huh? Okay. I don't get it. I am confused with this one. What am I supposed to do? Is this not correct? When you will play some horror VR game? Is this not horror? This shit been scared the shit out of me so far. Dude, I'm confused. I don't know what am I doing wrong. Oh, I think I know. I'm not sure, but let's give it a try. And then wait, what? I'm actually confused. Well, I can only rotate so far. Are you supposed to match a color? It's impossible though. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's always in the wrong place. That's the thing. I don't get it. What's the point of rotating it? Unless like I'm missing something. You're impossible, I know. Any idea, chat? My brain's kind of fried right now. It's already past midnight. Like this big brain game. My brain can already deactivate. Blue. Are we trying to create different color matches? Is that what it is? Green, blue, red. Is this gonna be different? I don't think so. Green, red, blue. Yeah, it's just switch position. Oh, no way. I just figured something out. Watch this. Wait. It has something to do with that. We need something to lock in this. Maybe we're missing something. A stone tile. Okay. Doesn't move anything because we're missing a gear. Not sure what this is for. For many miles, the Templars carried the cargo. At the hour before night, the attack began. Oh my god, there's more rooms! Oh, this is gonna be a long one, isn't it? Brother. This is gonna be a long one, chat. I thought that was it. Oh my god, there's more. Help! Oh, okay. It's for that one. Ave Maria. Wait, where do we want to go out? Are we done here? Oh yeah. There's something to put in there, but we don't have it right now. But now we have something for this. Just this. And now we have the fucking thing. There we go. Green, red, blue. So I was right. We were missing something. I told you, chat. Green, red, blue. Green, red, blue. Wait, yeah, it's already correct. Am I not? That's incorrect. that's correct. Okay, so that's already correct. So I guess we want to go out and then see what's happened. They're so fucking good at making these things immersive as fuck. I'm so fucking loving this right now. So fucking sick, man. Alright, we need that. Okay. We're gonna be back to this place later. Oh, there's one more over there. What is this? The last Templar turned to face the threat, protecting the sacred cargo within their circle. Okay. We have a missing something. And we clearly don't have the equipment for it. At least not now. So we're gonna come back to this later. Let's go here first. Well, let's see what's behind this painting. Dude, the fucking music, man. Hold up. Like every time the music plays and there's like an animation going on in the game, it always creep the fuck out of me. Like it's so fucking spooky. I love it. Ah. Skirp. I know I'm getting closer. I can feel it, hear it. Worlds within worlds, the old man cannot have known what this lens revealed. Why would he give me something this valuable? I can hear the artifact. I'm so close. Oh, poor you. He walk across. But how? There's some mechanism that we have to trigger. Okay, we gotta open the other door. Dude, the amount of detail in this fucking game is insane. Okay. Now, oh, a lock-picking tool. I know how to use that. Okay, we cannot open any of these right now. Now, how do we open the other door? Okay. There's nothing we can do right now. I don't think so. I think we gotta get out of here for now. We'll come back to this later. Right now, we gotta use the lockpicking tool or this. Oh! I know. Yellow, blue, ping. Okay. Let's do this shit again. Fuck, misclick. Yellow, blue, ping. Yellow, blue, ping. Okay. I'll flip this. That's it. And then ooh, now we need this missing locket or some shit. Okay, we'll come back to that later. This lockpicking tool, I'm not sure where to use this, but I think we can try here. I don't think lockpicking is that easy, but sure. I think lockpicking should be harder than that. But, you know, it's a game. Many Templars fell in a fierce battle. The horror was laid bare by the light of a full moon. We're missing an extra piece over here. I think we're not supposed to be here yet. Okay, let's go back all the way to the start, because we have one more door that we cannot open yet earlier. But now we can. An organ. And the hammer. Perhaps I could find a way to fix it. A wooden stopper. How the fuck do you fix this? Oh, up there. Oh, okay. It all makes sense now. Oh, okay. We're going in. Script. Okay. Eh, nani? Alright. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly. I cannot get on. Okay. Oh, we gotta go out. Wait, no. Wait, why can't we go here? For what? I don't get it. Not sure. I think we want to go out right now. Do you really want a lockpicking minigame? I mean, not really, but you know what I mean. Do I want it like this? I'm not too sure. I actually have no idea. Are we missing another piece? I don't think so. What determined this? I'm confused. There's probably something behind that I cannot see that I have to go back and forth to figure out. Because one of these pipes probably have like a saddle over here to make me able to get across. Probably. Tabun. Or I need a missing piece that I can stuck in there that I can use as a bridge to get there. That's probably it. So we are going back here later. Red, you like chili? Yeah. Not like a lot, but I'm Indonesian, so most of the food that I eat have chili in it. You know what I mean? So yeah, kinda. But I don't like super hot chili. But I do like me some chili. Or spice. A cogwheel. Aha. Bottom red green. Okay. Bottom red green. We're probably too far ahead with this one, but now we know. You're eating chili chips tortilla. Hell yeah, dude. There's some good shit right there. Ah, soca. How do I determine what? Huh? Okay, there's clearly a missing piece of the puzzle here. So we got Moonlight, Astrology, and Number. We have 3 different puzzle pieces. Okay. How do we figure it out? Like, the fuck? What does this mean, chat? Puzzle and mirror enemies. Let's go around first. Maybe we can figure something out. Not here either. Dude, my brain's melting. The hour before midnight. The hour before midnight. I don't know if that makes sense, but... $11. I'll put it there. I think one more is up here. Many Templar's friend of Fierce Battle, the horror was laid bare by the light of a full moon. I was right. Holy shit, I'm so fucking smart, dude. A full moon. Wait, no, that's not. Full moon. And then for the thingy thing. The last Templar turned to face the threat, protecting the sacred cargo within their circle. That doesn't make any sense. Protecting their circle. The last Templar. The last Templar. The last Templar. I think we're not supposed to figure this out because we don't know which one is the last one. Time to hook up the coffee? No, I'm not gonna drink coffee. Whenever Want to play a puzzle game? Make sure you're in freezer mode for your AC, so your brain won't melt. True. The Last Templar. Ah, shit. We can brute force it, but I don't wanna. How do we figure it out, though? Oh. Cancer. I think that's cancer. I'm not sure. Oh my fucking god, I was right. I was correct. What the fuck? Okay. That's unexpected. Okay. We have this. Stained glass. To you. Never mind. Motherfucker. See you. Fuck, misclick. But the light does not reflect on him. It's gonna reflect on this guy. So we're too early on this one. You output aircon for me. We're missing a step here. We're one step too early. Wait a minute.
You know what you should do after beating it? Speedrun it, Kappa.
I'm not speedrunning puzzle game. How do we fix this thing? Well, I only got 2 more puzzle. This one, I still have no idea. What is this one supposed to be? Let me just put it like this. Yeah, no. There's gotta be something, but I can't tell. What seems to be the right rotation. Yeah, all of them are the same, so it's not like one of them have like a bridge or something. But then what? If that's not the case, then what? Am I missing something? We got fixing piano, get the thingy thing up there, and then lastly the bone puzzle. Is there a reason for me to come back here? It's only for this. There's nothing else here. You. I don't have anything anymore in the inventory. Inside the pipe organ, I spotted a large circular railing. I think I should move it. I already know that. That's a clue, by the way. I already know that. Wait. I already tried this. Oh man. I'm kind of lost. I'm kind of lost, brother. What's the right rotation that we want to do? How do we know what is the right rotation? I do not get it. Puzzle game are harder than Dark Souls. I don't think we want to go back in here. At least not yet. Well, let's check it out anyway. Yeah. It's a missing piece. We'll try until 1 AM and then I'll give up. We'll continue next time. Because this is not easy. There's definitely a pattern for this guy. Although I do not know what's the pattern for it. I don't think I'm doing anything here. Oh my god. Do it for smugs. What do you mean? I don't get it. Oh, wait. I don't know if I'm right, but let's see. No, okay. There's nothing that we can grab on. I don't think so. Shit. Oh fuck, I fucked up. Okay. I thought I figured something out, but I don't think so. Is there something over there? Or am I seeing things? Is that something? I swear that's something we can take. Although I'm not sure how. There's definitely something. There is no entrance for us to go and get in to the thingy thing. So I'm not sure what's actually going on here. Oh! Okay. We made progress. Okay. Aha. Now, I knew it. Fucking progress, bitches. Bam. A bada bing and a bada boom. And bada bang, bing bop, skababop, beep boop, beep beep, skababop, and skabam. And just like that, voila. God damn, dude. So fucking 5-head. And it's all thanks to you guys. I'm scared. I think the pipe is working. And now we can play the organ. Aha. Oh shit. We gotta do that a lot. I don't understand, why don't they just make this puzzle a little bit more musical sometime? Like, you know, it would be a little bit interesting. Rather than just make it, you know, kind of like this. Which is okay, but, you know, I don't know, man. I fucked up. Wait, how do we gonna do that? Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Such a quirky puzzle. I fucked up. Okay. No! Oh, shit. I fucked up. So that means we gotta do that. Wait, go down, bang, and then... Try to play some music? I cannot. I only have one finger in this game. Cannot do much. Okay. What do I do here? That's cool. This is not easy, dude. I don't get it. How do we get that thing? Oh! No. Okay, I already failed. I see. Fitta helvete. Okay, I see. I already failed from the start. So what I want to do is, instead, I want to go from here to the left, to the right. And then, I want to go up there. So you want to lower this one. And then, we rotate that. And then we wait. Oh wait. There we go. Oh fuck! Oh my god, that's so fucking bright. Easy. Just like that, chat. Red, green on top. United. Unified, or whatever. Red, green on top. By unified. So this one then up. But it's the other way around. And voila. Now okay. Now we go do that one. This one is flip everything, but in the right order. So just flip. And voila. Now, the last one. Okay. There's a lot of things that you can okay. We either missing a dial or where have I seen that before? Oh my god, it's already 1. But we almost figured this shit out. Okay, fuck it. What metal box? What metal box? This metal box? I mean, I already know. Oh, there's another clue. Okay. Oh! Okay. Let's get in there. Ite. I don't think we can do anything here. Okay, we cannot interact with it anymore. How do we get across? I already know this as well. What? There's nothing I can do. Unless... Oh, motherfucker! That's a fucking... my god. This whole fucking time. Motherfucker, dude. They need to highlight some of the object that you can interact with. Because I did not know that fucking rope can be interacted with. Now we got it. Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, Nani? How do I slide it down? How do I slide it down? How the fuck do I slide it down? Oh, it's a fucking pull. Fucking hate this mechanic, man. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I get it. The fucking rope. They need to highlight that rope. It's so invisible. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm kind of hungry as well. Losing interest, ain't nobody got it fair. It's time for you. Just let me hold on. And you. Okay. Mother, father. Dude. Oh, okay. I get it. Wait, do I need to go down there? Oh, I do. Oh, it's one of those things where I have to do this repeatedly. Got it. Now, the other one. Memma fan i helvete. Okay. We need the fucking... Okay. We need that. Okay, got it. This one is unnecessarily complicated. But whatever. It works. Script. Dab 'em. Now gimme. Give me my shit. Gimme. Under the star of Taurus, the banner fall. The Templars lay defeated, yet the cargo was saved. So I figured the shit out before the real clue actually gave it to me. Now you guys might be thinking, how the fuck do I know it's Taurus then? The banner. It keeps showing Taurus. There and there. That's all. Oh my god. No. Okay. There we go. There's more layer to this. Oh. Triangle. Time. X. Basketball. Death Star. Probably doesn't make sense. And triple chakram. Done. The last one. Blue purple spikes. Or separated. Not purple, blue pink. Blue ping separated. Do I figure it out? Okay. Now what? Okay, here we go. All right. Time to die. Bro. I hear it in the walls, the floors, the ceiling. It crawls all over this place, through it, under it. They are waiting. I hear them. What a dumbass. I'm kidding. Okay. A curious artifact. And that's it. Woo! Holy shit, bro. Alright, I think I'm good for today, chat. Gimme. We unlocked the third stage. Are we making Ender Portal? What is this, fucking Minecraft? Bring this form to heal. One more will lose you from your tasks, less soul. Takes her twigs and roots will let her dabble in the worlds. She has no idea what she's doing with. Alright. I think I'm gonna chill here. Boy. How do I save? This is autosave, right? This better be autosave. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, chat. Oh my god, 120, bro. I'm gonna chill out. And, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's weekend. I'm gonna chill. Check out some of my friends as well. Alright. So, yeah. No chill, yes chill. Yes chill, sir. Alright, chat. Thank you guys all for watching. I think we're just gonna end it in this fucking thing. Wait, how do I do I cannot press it. What the fuck? There we go. Is it laggy for you guys? Like frame droppy? I think it does. Kind of does. It's kind of weird. All right, chat. Wait. It's not really a cool place, actually. Not that obvious, yeah, but still. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of thing. Rate metal rubbish bin. She's playing Lost Art. Shit. How do I rate from this? Shit. Hold up. Ah, shit. I have to go back, huh? Give me a sec. Alright, desktop rad here. I'm back. Oh, there we go. Why's the audio so... sounds so weird? I don't know. Okay, chat. Thank you guys all for watching. There's not much people in the chat, but I'm also kind of just gonna bail out. Oh my god. Desktop red, that's right, that's right. That's right. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over to Metal Rubbish Bin. This one's new from Saints. There's a bunch of us. Well, yeah, still. By not many of us, I mean it's like the rate thingy thing. But okay, why not? I'm gonna send you guys over there then. You guys, take it easy, all right? Thank you guys all for chilling on the chat. Do the rate thingy thing if you're still in the chat. Other than Saints and One Sin, you guys can do that. Spam the small rate in their chat like that. But if not, that is okay. If you don't want to, but if you do, go ahead, spam the small rate in their chat. Make the rate a little bit more fiesta and all that kind of stuff. Okay? Other than that, thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate everyone to hang out, chilling on the chat till the end of the stream. Don't forget to follow the channel if you're new here. Follow me on social, Twitter and Instagram, and join the Discord if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream. And of course, subscribe with Twitch Prime. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Spam the small rate. Spam it. Say hi to them. Bye-bye.